Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals 0 hour to make the best game ever. Alright, let's see what we have new here. Increases maximum number of potential generals challenges to 32. This allows for mods where the number of player templates is unchanged, but there are variations of general challenges for each faction. Increase of non-generals coupled with skipping button logic. Coupled with skipping button logic. 32. This change looks unrelated. Why is this? I see, it's probably null then. Why is this test edit? Generals. Ah, he did remove it, okay. Remove comment. If remove comments. Remove comments. Num generals. I think the better implementation here would be to say where's this searching for the windows? Jesus. Here. Change menu in it. I think what we can do here is it could test like how many windows do we find, and just by that it would know the amount of num generals. Yeah. So let me draft that. So it would be something like int num generals equals 0. Num generals, then while true, And num generals 0. And then we would do here num generals position equals new game window. Default num generals. And then same with this guy here. ID. Well, we first need to make one iteration. Name to key. Can we do it in one pass or not? We have to do 2 passes. Yeah. We have to make 2 passes, I think. Num generals. Plus plus. We do here name key. Name key. Game window. Window. If not window, break. And then we have the number. Then we take these guys. And then we have here num generals. Say num generals. Then we do for int I equals 0, I smaller than num generals, plus plus I, and then we do this. I and then ID I position like this. I think this implementation can be better. On runtime, we can determine the number of generals challenges, like so. This way there needs to be no cap. No number cap. You would copy any propaganda tile behavior module from an applicable channel object. I meant how would the test in C++ look like the if condition. The if condition for if it's a ghost object, then it is unknown whether the real object still exists, and the area should therefore require exploration. Instance 0, instance 1. Okay, so we built a power plant here, yeah. Then here, we go here. We drive away. Hmm. Okay. Huh. Original game shows BIP on both faction and civilian buildings. I do not understand why we suddenly need to change that. Building in Shroud. Yeah, I absolutely disagree with his opinion on this. The original game clearly shows it like this, and to me that makes absolute logical sense. Like, we see visually there is a building, and then why not show the BIP for it? The red underline. Like, why would it have to be removed now? Like, what's the reason for this? It has always been like this, and it makes sense because it, it happens. It's consistent like this. So why remove it now? I don't understand. Mhm. Let's also test that by see if that's the same if we sell this guy. Oh, then it's actually different. Mm-hmm. 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 See, in original game, it does not show collision and BIP for sold for ghost objects, which reveals that this object has been sold. Exploit. Emo behavior should be consistent, and ghost object needs to show BIP. Needs to be consistent, and ghost object needs to show BIP, as well as intact buildings. I think behavior needs to be consistent. Ghost object needs to show BIP as well as intact buildings. Okay. Was that out of the way? Man. Oh man, please go away. Oh my gosh. Finally. So, let's get back to what we were looking into last session, which was the Jet AI, right? Jet AI. Fine waiter. So we said we want to eventually change this function here to only look at the same runway. Right? Find waiter. Waited for taxi ID. Taxi to take off. Taxi. Okay, so I think what we can do is let's first put this back. Yeah, if 0. And then here we do get runway count. So runway, get runway reservation. How do we know which runway this jet is on? Do we know? Get runway count. Runway reservation. Runway reservation. Get runway. Spaces. We have spaces. Yeah. Spaces. Runway. Flight deck info. Object in space. Runway. Okay, so we must have some way to get the spaces, right? Get space index. Get runway, get space index. Here, find PPI. Find PPI. Get PPI. Oh, we already have that. Look at that. Get PP. There we go. Park and place behavior interface. Find PPI. Parking place behavior. Find PPI. Oh, it's a private function. Aha. Aha. Okay. Get space index. Space. How do we find out which runway this guy is on from this interface? Yeah, that's a question. By the way, why is this guy in here and between all these virtuals? What is this? Is this a private function? Reserve runway? I think this can be private, right? It doesn't have to be public. Let's put it here. Let's actually put it down here. Okay, right now I don't see from this interface how we can get that runway from the object ID, which sucks. Get space index. How does that help us? Parking place info, M spaces. Can we get hands on the spaces somehow? Get spaces. No? Get runway count. Get runway reservation. Parking place behavior interface. Has reserved space. Has reserved space. Get runway count. How about we do add a new function? Reserve space. What is pp info? Get runway count. What is this? Runway is a reservation. Get runway count. Okay, how about we add a new one here? Get runway index. Virtual int get runway index. Const 0. Object ID. Then we go to this guy. Runway index. Okay. Build info. Runway index. Release space. Release behavior module. It doesn't look like we don't want to be const. Okay. So M spaces, if M spaces, if IT object in space equals ID. Oh, here we can also call break, right? Break. Break. So if M space the ID, then well, we just do return IT runway, right? Okay. What about flight deck behavior? Get runway index, object ID, ID. Okay, I have no idea what's going on there with the object ID. Okay. And there we do the same bullshit. Runway. Flight deck info. Okay. Okay. I assume flight deck is for the flight deck, I think, is for the aircraft carrier, maybe. I'm not sure. Okay, so and then we have here find waiter, and then what we do is pp find get runway index, and then we give it the ourselves jet get ID. We have int. By the way, I think we are missing something here. Return get runway index. What is an invalid index? Invalid runway index. Runway 0. Oof. Max runways. How about here we do invalid runway. Invalid runway equals -1. How about we just create a new enum? Invalid runway. Invalid runway. Okay, how about we put the enum here? Invalid runway -1. We do the same here. Because, actually, hold on. How about we put it into the interface? We need it there. Okay, never mind. Okay, place behavior interface. Behavior module. Get runway index. Probably want to have okay, so flight deck behavior here, we need to return the invalid runway. And the same here. They really don't like to break here, don't they? Purge that. Okay, then let's get back here. So, get runway index int runway index. Then we say if runway index is not invalid runway, let me copy this into this is the original. Okay, so we don't have a count. Runway reservation. And then we don't do this. And instead we do get runway reservation. Here, runway index, other jet, then continue means return false. Return false. Say if pp equals null, return false. If this equals invalid runway, return false. If this is not taxi, return false. Okay. How about that? So we get the runway index that we stand on. If that is invalid, then, well, I mean, it can't be invalid. I think we can do debug assert crash. Can do is larger equal 0 and smaller than runway count. Unexpected runway index. Can make it const. Other jet. Other jet. AI. Taxi to takeoff. False. Return true. Yeah. I don't know why it does this here, but let's keep it for now. Okay, so I think that this might work. Maybe. Okay, let's see. Find wait. Yeah. If it compiles. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's compile. Fantastic. Let's see if it also works. But this would be the more logical fix to me, that we say, hey, we only look at the runway that we are interested in. Right. Good. Then let's build on airfield. The resolution is a bit small, isn't it? Let me restart that bullshit. Options. Nope. Good, so let's take these guys, let's put the FPS down. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, so that doesn't work already. Okay, so that's wrong. Oh. Okay. Uh-huh. Interesting. Actually, it is correct. It basically only waits for the guy in the same lane, right? Yeah. The question is, why do they take off at different? Yeah. Mm. Uh-huh. Okay, so the problem I see is that this guy has shorter way to move. This guy needs to move much further here, and that's why these two, if they don't wait for each other, on the different runways, then this plane will be much faster. Whereas if these would start first, then they would, yeah, go together, right? Okay, so the what I've implemented now works correctly as to what I've implemented it for, but it's maybe not the desired behavior, although it's optimal, right? Because the planes get off as fast as they can, right? No delays. Like if we would if we would delay this plane to wait for this one, then this one would take longer to take off, even though that was not necessary, right? So if we take off alone, right, it will be fast, right? Because it doesn't need to move far. Whereas this guy, it takes longer, needs to drive a bit more, and then can take off. So if this plane would have to wait for this guy, it wastes time. Yeah. And right now, this guy doesn't wait for this guy with the changes we just made. So the takeoff is really optimal. It's as fast as it can be. Yeah. As fast as it can be. It's not really in sync, but it's fast. Yeah. Hmm. Well, it's kind of impressive that this plane will take off almost as fast as this guy here, right? Look at it. Actually, it is faster. It is faster. Yeah, this plane here, it takes so long to drive into position. Yeah, very inefficient. Mm-hmm. Okay, but I mean, logically, it's efficient that we only wait for the runway that we are on. We don't care for the other runways, right? um, hmm. Hmm. Yeah. If we would, if we would, okay, but it looks like, does not make sense to show bits for short object as it reveals information about their existence. It does not make sense to show bits for shrouded object as it reveals information about their existence. Well, I don't know what's going on here with this change. Maybe we need to test it and then evaluate it. Yeah. Okay. Find waiter. Okay, let's go. Let's say we go back to the original behavior. So that was this. Good. So this was the original function, right? Good. And how about we say, so here it will wait for any runway. Yeah. Any runway. find waiter. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that what we did here is probably not the right way, because in the original game, the planes, they do aim to wait for each other in the same row, right? So wait for the other runway as well, so that they can lift off together. So we probably want to retain this behavior, even though it's inefficient. Yeah. Waited for taxi ID. Now +2. Waited for taxi ID. We had to find waiter. For taxi. How about we say, how about here we say waited for taxi ID, invalid ID. And then here we remove this condition. Yeah. And then here, and then here, We had to wait, but now everyone else is ready. Wait. Why do we need this here? What happens if we remove this? When? Takeoff pause. Okay, how about we take this out? When? Let me remove this. Yeah, I don't understand why it's so complicated. When transfer. When transfer, now +1, yeah? So no. When transfer. Once we start the final wait, release the runways for guys behind us so they can start taxiing. Yeah. When transfer. Oh, yeah. So this when here, this means when takeoff, right? I may rename this guy. When takeoff. when takeoff. Okay. What is this return? Takeoff pause. I think this also needs to be min. Or we need to say max when takeoff. So std max. When transfer, when takeoff. Yeah. And then we need to say we had to wait, but now everyone else is ready. So restart our countdown. So next, so this only must be run once, right? This must be run only once. Otherwise that won't work. Otherwise it will now wait forever. Only once. Yeah, this is what this one is for, basically. Reach the timer. Well, we can just say, I mean, these guys, when transfer, this one initialized with 0. So we can just say, we could say if when takeoff is 0, then we set this, right? When takeoff is 0, yeah, this might work. I don't know why they did the now +2. It says 2 seems odd, but it's correct. Well, I'm not sure that's the case. Okay, let's remove this guy again here. So wait for taxi ID, taxi to take off. We can say here, well, we can leave it like that for now. Waited for taxi ID. Okay, let's see what happens. I suspect it won't work, but we see from there then if it does not work. Yeah. Good, let's see what happens. Okay, so that doesn't work right. Okay, so they don't wait for each other. When transfer, now +1. When takeoff. Find waiter. Alright, let me put the logic time to 5. Maybe that's a bit too slow. So 10. So it starts taxiing there already. Find waiter. Okay, it doesn't work the way I expected it to be. Can we... Let me see the original behavior again. This one, yeah? When takeoff. Okay, let's set it to 10. So now the planes are rolling. Okay, so this is already starting. It doesn't wait for the other guy. Okay, this looks very similar to what we had before. Yeah. Let me go to takeoff. Yeah. Okay. But that's not what we are seeing at all. Did we already change something else? Oh, I see a mistake. I see a mistake. There we go. By the way, do we have a nightly release now? We don't. Shouldn't there have been a weekly build release? Okay, so let's take these guys and these guys. Good. So there we go. Okay, this looks good. Okay, so this was a good launch. Yes. Let's launch again. But that was also a good launch. That was also a good launch. So far, so good. Ah, there we have a wrong one. Okay. Okay, cool. Then let's remove this here again. Yeah, and let's put this here. Now the question is, what is waited for taxi ID used for? No one knows. happens. Okay, let's say we also comment this out. Okay. Okay, that looked perfectly fine. Let's try this a few times and see if the same bug still happens or not. It still happens. Okay. Okay, that still happens. Okay. So it waits for the same runway. It waits for the other runway. Okay, now what? When takeoff equals 0, when takeoff, find weight, find weight, weight. evaluator. So what could be the problem here? This is jet pause before takeoff. Jet pause. Taxi mode to parking. Set ultra accurate. Taxi mode to parking from hangar. To parking from hangar. Are we sure that this is really related to the pause before takeoff state? Let me see the video again. What happened? Why is the video broken? Uh-huh. It's quite a bit complicated, isn't it? Yeah. So if we were to put this guy in here, well, that doesn't make much sense, does it? Actually, we can try that. So if we were to do that, I'm still not sure if it's entirely this jet pause before takeoff state that is responsible for this behavior. I would imagine it's also the taxiing state before that some planes start taxiing before they should, right? It's really weird. It's quite a complicated issue, I have to say. And really, we shouldn't waste time on such issues at this point. So I don't really know why the people already work on these kinds of things when the goal is retail compatibility. Okay, so that looked fine. Let's do it a bunch more times. That's still broken. Okay. Okay, let me look at the other state again. The heli taxi state. We are on the ground at the runway start. On the ground at the runway start. Taxi to takeoff. Awaiting runway state. What is this? We have runway clearance. Gotta reserve a space in order to reserve a runway. We have runway clearance. Runway clearance. Okay. Taxi state. Waiting for path. From hangar. Aircraft carrier. Airfield. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Set takeoff in progress. Airfield. Oh, the way this works is mysterious. Yeah. Oh man. Set debug path. Would be nice to have some state machine debug that tells you in which state machine a unit is now. Yeah. Let me put a breakpoint here though. Here. Oh, we can't. Already changed the code. Oh, that's not how I wanted to build it. Aha. So this state is when it drives from the hangar. Aha. Taxi mode from hangar. Aha. I see. Aha. What is this one here? Takeoff or landing state. Then here we have heli. Jet pause before takeoff. Okay, so this is really just a wait. Hold on. Jet pause before takeoff states. Okay. Taxi to takeoff. Okay, let's go back to this guy. Let's put a breakpoint here on enter and on exit. This one is takeoff or landing. Okay. Okay, let's reduce the time. Okay, so now we start and immediately we enter jet or heli taxi state. Okay, so this one is responsible for start moving into the into like the position where it can start taking off, right? And then here, when it starts pausing, then it will exit the state. Okay, so this actually, this state is of interest for us. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the question is now, why do some planes, let's look again. So these guys start texting at the same time, then they wait for each other. These guys started texting at the same time. So that was perfect takeoff. Everything looked good. The landing also very synchronous. Yeah. Let's do it again. That again looked very good. The takeoff was not... No, this is broken again. Find waiter. Find waiter. Why is this not working? It works correctly when the planes at the front launch at the same time. Yeah. Let's only look at the first two planes. So that looks fine. That looked also fine. Okay, there the other plane started too early. Okay, so that doesn't work correctly. Okay, why? Find wait. Because probably I suspect because another plane, maybe because when it first checked this guy, then there wasn't another plane that was in this state. And so it assumed that there's no other plane that we need to wait for. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. And takeoff. Find waiter. Taxi to takeoff. How about in the taxi state? And this guy, we also add a find waiter function. And here we say, oh boy. Here we say taking off await clearance. And then here we say if find waiter, return state continue. Did that work? So we await clearance from some guy. Yeah. Okay, let's see if that does any good. Okay. I'm worried that now all the planes will be stuck. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Okay, that looks good. Let's try it again. Okay. Let's test it a bunch of times. Yeah. Okay, looks good so far. Let's start the single plane to see if that still works. Yeah. So we just launched one guy. Oh wow, he just flies straight through the other guy. Interesting. Okay, still broken. Well, that's not good. Okay, that was unexpected. Taking off, await clearance. Yeah. Find weight. Find weight. Okay, let me put a breakpoint here. Let's click. Find waiter. So this is now the first plane that is taking off, right? So. The jet, yeah. So ourselves. And the current state is of the other guy. Where do we see it? State is... Oh boy. State machine. Current state from parking. Taxi mode from parking. State ID. What? From parking. Taxi mode. MID. 1,002. 1,002. Taxi to take off. Okay. That's weird. State success. Return false. Okay, is this ever hit here, this find waiter? No. State continue. MID is 1003. That's weird, isn't it? So it looks like we are already in taxi to takeoff state for some reason. How's that possible? Ah, it's right. We are in this one. Waiting runway state. Okay, what if we put then this here, taxi to takeoff? But then I think that means they never take off. Right? They never take off. Yeah. Doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense, no. What I can say is that the fix here in this change, it's a hack. This is a hack. Does it work? I don't know. But this is a hack. The whole thing is a hack. All this here is a hack. All this original code already is hacky. But why is it buggy? That's a question. We need to understand why it's bugged in the first place. And I think I don't fully understand it. And that's why I can't fix it. No one understands it. I think that's a core problem. We don't understand why it's behaving inconsistently. And that's why we can't fix it properly. Yeah, that's a problem. You always need to understand the problem fully to make the proper fix, right? Yeah, I mean, we can place hacks and then, it just magically maybe does what we want, but then, yeah, you just have this mess of like super convoluted logic and then good luck doing the next change on that bullshit, right? That's why you need to implement it properly with a proper logic so that it remains maintainable. If you just put a hack on top of a hack, it just becomes an unmaintainable mess. And that's a problem. Like it's so inviting to just make a hack, just get it done, get it fixed. But long term, it's always a worse strategy. Short term, it's fine because things seem to work, But long term, you pay the price, right? So yeah, I'm not very fond of this bullshit. Not very fond of it. Can we understand what is wrong here? Can we understand it? Right now, I don't understand. Find other jets to wait for. Say has has other jet to wait for. Taxi to takeoff. Yeah. When takeoff. When transfer. When takeoff. How about we say how about here we say taxi to take off. When take off, we've set that to 0 here again. Yeah. Okay, let's remove this other find waiter. Okay. Let's test that. Okay, so my expectation is that at least the takeoff should be in sync. The taxiing, maybe not, but the takeoff should be in sync. Ideally. Takeoff. So. Okay, so that looked good. Oh, wow. Okay, that looked wrong. That looked very wrong. The other planes, they took off way too fast. Okay, so that's not correct. Taxi to takeoff. Okay, so this causes issues. When takeoff. I think we need to say transfer. We say transfer. How about we say when transfer equals 0. Yeah. How about we do that? Let's say if now is smaller than when transfer, oops. Now is smaller than when transfer, and then we reset it. Okay. Okay, so that looked fine. Let's do it again. Now I expect that the taxing is probably still not quite right. Yeah. But at least the takeoff we should be able to get right. Okay, that works. Wow, epic landing. Okay, so the taxing was not correct, but the takeoff was. So that was good. Okay, so they don't taxi at the same moment, but at least they take off at the same moment. So that's good. Yeah. Okay, then I guess next we need to find out how do we get to them to taxi also at the same time. Okay. Um, um, needs to wait for the other. Let's wait for the other jet to finish taxiing. Postpone the transfer. Here. Everyone else. The other jets. The other jet is ready. Prepare transfer and takeoff. The other jet is ready. Prepare transfer and takeoff. Prepare runway, transfer and takeoff. Give one frame buffer in case transfer. I don't know if it's necessary to have this +1 here. Well, transfer. Why is this necessary here? Let's remove this again. I'm not sure if this is really necessary. Like, why do we need to postpone the transfer? Let's not do anything unnecessary. Yeah. The more unnecessary code, the harder it's to understand. No, not replay. I have to say, this plain shit is really complicated. Oh, I didn't want to rotate it that way. Okay, let's see if that still works correctly or if that is now... We're only looking at the takeoff. We don't care about taxiing. Taxiing is another story. Okay, so here everything was good. Good. Okay, let's see. Aha, okay, so this is now wrong. Aha, so it is necessary that we have this here. Let's think about it. Why exactly? So basically we already has this. I think this is only necessary because the taxiing is already out of sync, right? Yeah. If the taxiing was already in sync, then this would not be necessary. Yeah. So let's take a look at the taxiing. Let's keep this here for now, but ideally we wouldn't need this. Ideally we would just say transfer now because this one is true. Yeah. And then only have the takeoff thingy here. And that's it. Right? This bullshit here is only necessary because of the incorrect taxiing. So let's take a look at taxi. This guy. Okay, so taxi. Why is this out of sync? Why is this out of sync? Taking off, await clearance. There's other jet to wait for. So if we use here taxiing, This one. So if we have this guy in here, then I expect no plane will ever take off, right? Let's test that real quick. I think then all the planes are just stuck. That's my expectation now. So I wonder if we should maybe just look at the opposite runway. Nah, that also doesn't make sense. Maybe sure. Runway reservation. Sorry. Actually, and they don't get stuck. Okay, that's surprising. Let me put a breakpoint here. Oh, we didn't put that back in. Okay, that explains it. Need to redo it. Okay, but I slowly I get a better understanding of how this shit works. So I think we will be able to fix it. It's just a matter of testing it a million times and going, yeah, making the right observations and the right decisions. Yeah. So. Okay. Okay, yeah. So now they can't take off because they all wait for everyone, yeah? So this will always fail now. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's expected. Okay. Basically, all the guys are now in taxi to take off state. And so they will just wait all for each other and no one can take off. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we need to wait for other jets. Okay. Okay, how about we say, so if we have a runway reservation, get runway reservation takeoff. Reservation takeoff. We transfer. So we transfer area. Reservation takeoff. Taxi to takeoff. If there's another pause before take. Pause. Pause before takeoff. Yeah. Pause. So we could say we wait until there are no others pause before takeoff, right? We could do that. Maybe. Pause before takeoff. Maybe that will work, that we wait for the other jets to take off. But then the problem is we already have the runway reservation. Find object by ID. State ID. We need to check on the same runway. On the same runway. So let's do pp get runway index, and we take our object ID. So jet get ID. And we say here object ID. No, that's not correct. Int runway index. That's it. Runway index. Then we have a debug assert crash. Runway index is larger equals 0, and runway index is smaller than pp get runway count. Invalid runway index. Unexpected. And we only check on our runway if there is another guy. But you cannot. Yeah, if on our runway. Yeah, we check. No, we check if someone else. Check. The runway reservation, when is this given? Here. Transfer. The transfer. The transfer needs to be done at the same time. Then there shouldn't be an issue, right? If we... Yeah. Why is it necessary to wait for other jets if we could just say the runway reservation needs to be in sync, but then why is it not in sync? Why would that not be in sync then here? There's other jet to wait for. Oh boy. Ah. Pause before takeoff. Maybe here we should say taxi. I actually don't know why this would be necessary in the first place. This here. If the runway is transferred in the same time, then this should be fine, right? Let me put a breakpoint at here. Yeah. Let's take this out here. Yeah. Man, why is this shit so complicated? It's unbelievable. It's so complicated. Oh. Maybe I'm just too stupid. That could be. All right, so let's say dum. Okay, so when transfer, so these guys should now have the same frame. This one, 2396. Yeah. This guy as well. 2396. Takeoff is a little bit later. 14, 15 frames. 24. Okay, what is this now? Okay, why is when transfer now bigger than this? When transfer. Has other jet to wait for. transfer. Okay, I have some suspicion here. So basically, when we transfer the runway from one guy to the other, yeah, then this other guy can now go into the takeoff, into taxiing, and then this guy, when the next guy, the other guy that would be now ready, would update, then he has to wait for another jet again that is now taxiing. Right? I think that's maybe the problem. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I see. Okay, I think we can counteract that. So we have this one here. How about, where is it? This guy. So how about we say, this one. And then, so we only wait for one taxi ID, only for this guy. Yeah. Let's take this guy and actually move it here. So if this guy is invalid ID, then has other jet to wait for. Other jet. Let's return an object. Find jet to wait for. Then here we return null, and here we return other jet. I think we can also make const. No, we can't. Get machine owner. Jet. We can make this const. Yeah. Find jet to wait for. Okay. And then we do object other jet. This. Okay. Waited for taxi ID. And we say, if this equals other jet ID, state continue. Does that make sense? So we only wait for one plane, the first one we find here. Yeah, if another one is taxiing. And then we save that here. And then if we wait for this guy, then state continue. Yeah. Okay. And then when transfer is 0, then when transfer is that. When transfer, no, +1. Okay. Okay. Okay, this could work, maybe. Let's test that. Yeah, so I think the issue before was that it would transfer the runway to the next guy, and that guy would start taxiing, and then the other guy would then wait for the new guy that would start taxiing on the other runway. I think that could be the issue. Okay, now that should be prevented, I think. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I don't know why the planes, they started at the same time, but they didn't launch at the same speed. That was weird. Let's look at that again. Huh. That would look weird. Yeah, that's weird. Let's look at that again. It looks weird. They put on the afterburner at the same time, but they launch at different speeds, no? Let's look at it again. Yeah, something is wrong with the first two planes here. What is this? Why are they launching this so weird now? What is this? Huh? I'm confused. Okay, that's not the issue I expected now from this. So they launch at the same time, but I don't understand what's going on now. My gosh. Let me put that slower. 10. So they drive. Yeah, so this plane now waits. Good. They start the afterburner at the same time, but this plane starts earlier. Why? When transfer. Okay, why is this happening? There must be some reasonable explanation for this. Yeah, so so they start the afterburner at the same time, but somehow the other plane is slower. Why? It does actually take off slower. Why? Let's add some additional buffer here. Yeah, just for testing. Okay, and then if this still happens, let's do some debugging. I feel like we're getting close, but right now I don't know why we see the planes taking off not at the same time, or one faster than the other. So that looks already wrong. So one plane somehow is faster than the other. Let me put a breakpoint here. Yeah. So we should see the same times from the. Maybe there's another unrelated issue. At least the afterburner of all the planes, they start at the same time of the pairs. So that's good sign. Right? So here we have 3173. Yeah. 3173. Okay, and the next one, 3174. One frame later. Huh. Okay, one frame later. Okay. That's unexpected. I think it makes sense, yeah. So it will start a frame later. Because I guess the other one still waited for the jet. And so it took one frame longer to realize that the other jet is now done taxiing and is ready to take off. Okay. And so what do we have now? Okay, I don't know why this already hits here. Oh. That didn't look good. Let's do it again. Oh. Well, that looked wrong. Oh, shit. Okay, so it's still wrong. Yeah. Five nine five zero. Okay. 5950. And the next one is 5951. Okay, so just one frame apart, which is fair enough, right? Good. Then here, this hits on 5950. Fair enough. And the next one on 5951. Okay, that's fine. Then we have another one. 5952. What? Oh, it calls it twice. It calls it multiple times. Uh-huh. Then I think here what we should do is when transfer, we set it to 0. Let's restart. How about we do FPP? Okay. So we have breakpoint set, yeah. Okay, so when transfer 1856 and 1857. Fair enough. One frame apart. Good. Then we have this guy. Now, yes. It says larger equal. Could also just check if it's equal to that, right? Okay, when transfer 0. Okay. Oh, why do I have this now? When transfer. Ah. Okay, well, that's not good. Let's set this to when takeoff equals 0. Oh boy. Okay, so 90 and 30. Okay, so we start. Okay, when takeoff 0. Okay, fair enough. Now I didn't check the time for the other one, but okay, so it's 21:37. Okay. Then here we have 21:36. Yeah. Transfer done. Okay. And then the other guy at 21:37. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh. Oh, right. That's not correct. How about we say if it's equal to this? Or we say larger equal that, and then we set this to this. Okay. How about that? Okay, come on. There we go. Okay, so good. So when transfer 2413. 2413. Okay. And the next one, the same, 2413. Okay. Then now is bigger than this, so we transfer. When transfer, we set this now to the max value. And then we are good to go. Let's also put a breakpoint here. And this is the next one, also here. Okay, that looks good. And then we take off. Yeah, take off. Okay, that's interesting. Now we have... What is this now? 2439. 2439. Okay. And now the other guy takes off. 24. 23. Huh. Why so much later? That's confusing. So that's 2444. 2445. Okay, that's not too bad. Take off 2454. 55. Okay. Why did the one of the planes lifted off way later than that was weird. One of the earlier planes here. So take off. Let's put a breakpoint here. So 3102. And the other one is 3103. Fine. Transfer 3102. 31 what? What is that? Okay, that's totally unexpected now, isn't it? That is totally unexpected. Because the other transfer has not happened yet, or did it? I'm confused. Here, now this transfer happens suddenly. At 31:29, the transfer happens. Why so late? Why so late? Huh. Okay, that is suspicious. I mean, this is like 1 second after roundabout. Why is it sleeping so long? That's wild. Is state sleep. We are sleeping. Sleep until. is state sleep. What is that? Return larger than 0. State continue is 0. State sleep larger than 0. Okay, so continue should not sleep. Super status. Okay, it looks like one of the problems here is, I mean, this is wild now. The time here was much larger than the transfer and the takeoff time. Why? That's wild. There's a status here. So this one would return state continue, right? Yeah, continue. What does it say? Note that all positive values are reserved for state sleep. Status. State before update is not current state. State continue. Sleep for 2000 frames. Sleep. Oh. Okay, that's wild. Okay, how about we do it again? Let's that is weird. Oh man. So what is happening? State continue, status continue, state sleep, no. Check for transitions. Check for transitions. Status. State continue. Okay. Now what? Takeoff 0. Okay. State continue. Now we have this. Now is that. Okay. What happens now? State continue. Let's step a little bit here. State sleep. Check for transitions. State continue. Seems fine. Okay, so this is perfectly fine. Well, everything looking good here. And here now is bigger than this. State success. Fair enough. But that is wrong. Look at this. This one is now 95. So this one has taken 15 frames longer. Why? Yo, that is wild. That is wild. It seems that it's sleeping somehow before. Why did it skip 15 frames here? One odd observation. Sleepy updates can be significantly longer than the takeoff time. Takeoff or transfer time that we have scheduled for. Yeah, this is extremely strange. That I think that is part of the issue. That the transfer runway reservation, that this is not a stable time. Like it's like a recommendation. Hey, we want to transfer at this frame, but you know, it might just start sleeping in the meantime. Huh. Wow. Okay. How can we prevent the state continue? It is not the state sleep, or it shouldn't start sleeping then. What is this? Get state sleep frames. Return. Okay. That's strange. God. that monkey. Man, why is it? Why is it sleeping? I don't understand. It makes no sense. A super status, maybe that is. No. I don't understand. I wonder if there's an issue somewhere else. There's this thing like rebalance sleepy update, right? Parent sleepy update. I don't know how that works. Sleep forever. Sleep forever. What is that number? 414 days of sleep. Sleep forever. Maybe it starts sleeping somewhere here. Yeah. Here, AI update interface. Yeah, so we have this. So it's not that, so it should go here and sleep none. Okay, and then what? Sleep for path delta. Submachine sleep. How about I put a breakpoint here? So the state continue, sleep none. Q for pass frame. Let's put a breakpoint in here. Submachine sleep. Turret AI. Sleep none. Do locomotor. Let's put a breakpoint here. Sleepy AI. Uh-huh. Okay, there's some sleep here. Let me remove that. Disable breakpoints. Okay, let's land. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. Okay. Okay. Let's put a breakpoint here. Condition. Submachine sleep is larger than 1. 26. 59. Okay, get some random values here. Okay. What happens if we compile out Sleepy AI? Okay, let's see if the issue still happens without this sleepy AI. Still takes off with delay. They still take off, not at the same time. They start the afterburner at the same time, but then it looks like one of the guys goes to sleep and takes off later. Why? Let's put the breakpoints again. Man. Let's put a breakpoint here. And here, yeah. So takeoff is being scheduled for 4503 and 4513, yeah? That's when we take off with one guy and the other guy 1 frame later, 4514. Good. Then we take off here at 13. Then we already are on the next plane here, schedule a takeoff for some reason. And now we take off here much later. Look at this, 16 frames later than this guy. Yeah. Something is not right. But maybe it's because let me let's land here. Let's put a breakpoint in here now. Okay. Okay. Here the next one, take off. 6-7, yeah. Okay, cool. Then we have a hit here, but we already have that. The jet is 28. Okay, so it will not take off now. 58. Okay, we are not there yet. 58. Let's put a breakpoint here. 28. Other jet. Okay. Oh, that is... Okay, that is unexpected, isn't it? 5167. Other jet. Okay, I think that is unexpected. Find jet to wait for. Yeah, that is unexpected. Okay, I need to take a break here. I think this has already been 4 hours. I need a break. Let's continue investigation next session. All right. I wish you a great day or night. Until next time. Goodbye.